for this section because there's a couple of things I want.
Damn, it's annoying. Okay, let's open up Discord and let everyone know I'm streaming. Oh, jeez. Huh? Everyone. Go. Quit that. Jeez. Bit of sight. Oh, what are we gonna do today? Jeez. Yeah, that's weird. I think sometimes YouTube thinks all the subscribers I have are fake occasionally because like it'll like remove some of my subscribers and then give them back. Unless it's actually real people, but I don't think it is. Alright, you freaking system. Can you run the damn app? If I run it in this one, it'll go faster. No, it just, okay, whatever. You finished. Is it just me or is this one, is that one laggy? Laggier? 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 It's gone, huh? It's gone. Can only one run at a time? Close this then. Well, while we wait for that, I'm gonna bring up this video. I might bring out my headphones. Where's me AirPods, mate? Moit. Oh, they're literally right there on the table. Holy shit, they're here. I'm actually blind. Holy brother. Holy brother. Alright, let's calculate this damn fuel, son. Ah. Okay, what we got? Okay, this is oh dear. 9, 10, 11, 12. It's annoying. Two, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. Including 84. 1.6. 1.51 probably. Total fuel cost. Oh wait, I have the price. 1.5, 4.5. That update straight away. There we go. That's what I need to pay back to my joint shared account for fuel. I feel like I'm running out of money right now. To transfer every day to my joint. Rid of that finally. And this is what? Hanara Mart. Let's make a new, more fun app today. Or work on something new, I guess. Where is my... Wait, oh yeah. It's gone again. What? Hello? The hell? Job chain. Seasoned Tarako cod roe. On to you. Udon. Kimbap. Kimbap again. Is that it? Why did I save this receipt? Not necessary. Why did I save that? Alright, what did we actually make today?
Straightforward.
Shall we follow a tutorial of something? Because I don't know what I should be what I should make. Honestly. Hey Jay. Hey, welcome. Welcome in again. How are you this fine morning in Australia? It's very rainy and miserable here right now. But we're not miserable. We are having the time of our lives coding right now. Well, we will be when we start properly. I just got to figure out what to make here. I might follow a hacking with Swift tutorial today. It's going to be different. Different to usual. Let me find my my list of stuff I should be following here.
Hey, everyone.
Sunny and hot, 8:02 p.m. Oh wow. Oh wow. I love it. I don't know. I'm just such a huge fan of when it's nighttime and it's really warm outside and you can like go out and walk around. Everything just feels more calm but relaxing at the same time because of the, well, calm is, I guess, relaxing, right? Let me bring up my playlist that I got here, my Swift learning playlist that I've saved a bunch of videos in. Is that video not saved? Wait, I swear I've saved a ton of stuff to this. But there's only 15 videos here. What? I think this is where I am here. Checking multiple conditions. What? Let me go to his playlists. What does he got here? Let me close this one out because I don't need that anymore. I want an app. Complete apps. SwiftUI complete apps. Build a dynamic list app with navigation and images. Start a project. It's too old. I'll have a look at this. thought he had build app tutorials. Yeah. Let's actually do one with Swiftful Thinking. That's one guy that I really love. There's so much like shit on my keyboard. Playlists. Let's see, he has a clear one here. We can do an intermediate one here. Oh, Swift crypto app. We can make that. Swift packages, intermediate level. Swift UI in practice. Firebase, beginner level. Map. To-do list. Alright, we're gonna do this crypto app. I'm doing this because it's free for me to watch, so. And I need to learn more about Swift, not you know, just like doing my own thing. I need to like properly go over concepts. So let's make a new project and let's go into here. I'm gonna pause the music for now. Nice intro song.
What's up, everyone? I'm Nick. This is Swift.
Started with a sombrero.
All things Swift and SwiftUI related, and I am so excited to share this awesome course with you all. Following me, I've been a little MIA for the past about 2 weeks, and it's because I've been creating this course. And I wanted to create the whole course and record the whole course before actually posting it, but now we are ready to rock and roll. So we're going to be building a cryptocurrency app that downloads live price data from the internet and saves the current user's portfolio to core data. It is going to be a very cool app, but before we get into it, I want to point out there that you do not need to know what cryptocurrencies are, how they work. You don't even need to be interested in them to do this course. The reason we're doing a cryptocurrency app is simply because we're using a free online API, and that API is very beginner friendly. It's great for learning. So do not worry if you are not familiar with what Bitcoin is or anything like that.
This is going to be really good, I think.
Obviously, you're going to have a lot of fun building this awesome app. I'm going to mark this as an intermediate course, and that's because if you follow the SwiftUI Continue Learning playlist, we're basically using everything you learned in that playlist to build out this app. And if you are watching this and you are just starting Swift or SwiftUI, I highly recommend going to watch other playlists.
I have not followed that entire playlist, so I'm gonna be in for a surprise for some of this stuff, I think. But let's try it out. Why not? It's new. Let's let me change this thing to say so that people know what we're doing here. Crypto app.
List, which are much more beginner friendly, and then coming on back to this once you are more comfortable. But if you are ready for this and you did watch the last playlist, I still think this will be a challenge for you guys, because it's one thing to learn all of the tools and features, but it's another thing to put everything you learned together to create one really beautiful app and code base. So there's a lot of really cool things that we're going to do in this app that are very common to just app making in general. We're going to be making several different API calls. We're going to be managing all of that data throughout our app. The architecture we're going to use is MVVM architecture. We're actually going to expand on it a little bit and add some
happy with that.
just for efficiency. We're going to be using data persistence by saving data in core data, and we're also going to be saving some images to the file manager. And of course, we are using the best SwiftUI.
Yo, we could possibly try and do an updated version of this where we apply new like updated features with SwiftUI and Swift, like using Swift data instead of core data, perhaps. Let's see if we can do it.
To keep everything nice and neat.
If not, that's fine. I might just follow it.
And elegant. I think you guys are gonna really like.
Hello, Big Task.
Now,
Happy
looking back at the
Monday where I am.
To-do app,
It's Monday 10 a.m., but happy Sunday to you, brother.
made that when we started that playlist, we just jumped into the code and started coding. I never even showed you guys what we were building. And I thought it would be really exciting this time to instead just walk you through the final product and show you what we're going to actually build, because I think it looks pretty exciting. With that said,
So this is... Oh yeah, we are a day apart. Yeah, we are. We are.
I'm going to jump on my computer and walk you guys through
Are you in the US?
what we are building. All right, so I just want to quickly walk you guys through what we are going to build here, and we're not going to dive too much into detail.
Wait, was it you who was in New York? Sorry, I forget where everyone... Yeah, that's right, yeah. Thought so. Oh yeah, but you're close to what's it called? You're close to it being Sunday. Monday, aren't you? $8 p.m. there, right? Almost just after 8 p.m. Wink. Just checked.
I'm not going to show you any code in this video, but I do have the simulator here on the right side, and I think the app turned out looking really, really cool. So we have.
So this is what we're going to be trying to make today.
Logo on the app icon, which I'm using this black and pink color scheme. We are building the app so you can add your own color scheme if you want, and we're going to just call it the crypto tracker for now. So when we click on it, it's going right into this awesome
crypto tracker
animation, which we can see down here. And while that launch is happening, we're actually making our first API call, which then is being displayed on the screen. So this is the home screen of our app. We have some market data that comes in from one API call at the top here, and coin data that is coming in from another API call at the bottom. So this is live price data and percentages that we...
Oh, was it you who said that where's your lucky hat?
are getting straight from our API. And probably the coolest part of this app is that if we click on one of these coins,
oh right, yeah,
detail view with this animated chart that we're going to make 100% from scratch. When we get onto this detail view,
wow,
from a chart that we're going to make 100% from scratch. Click on one of these coins, we have this detail view with this animated chart that we're going to make
cool.
100% from scratch.
Yes, you did say
when we get onto this detail view, we're actually making another API call to get some additional data.
I'm gonna go back into the VODs and make a little short clip of that.
For each of these coins. So here I can see the coin image in the top right corner, but also the description here, which has this expandable and collapsible description section, which looks really good.
Wow.
And below that we have all
mass
these
data
statistics for this coin. And all of these statistics are also coming in from the API. So we are decoding the data from the API and then mapping it in our app and converting it into something that's usable on this
Well,
screen.
that's why I swapped it around.
And on the bottom of the screen, we also have links to like this coin's website and their Reddit page and things
I was
like
like,
that.
whoop.
If I go back to our home screen, we have the ability.
It's not, I think it's not bad luck. It's just, it just sucks when you're sitting in a chair because it just stabs you in the, it doesn't stab you, but you like can't put your head back. You can't like just even do this like a little bit. Oh, relax for a second. After you're like typing away, type.
Also filter for coins. So if I wanted to filter for all coins that included BTC in their symbol or name, so we have a whole bunch of coins here. We can filter and we can also sort. So we can sort from highest to lowest market cap, but also lowest to highest. We can sort by price, so we can go highest to lowest price and reverse. And then if I click this arrow, we can actually jump to a portfolio view. And this is a view of the current user's portfolio. So as the current user on this phone, I added these coins. These are just random coins.
Ooh, I like
not
this.
Financial advice, but The current user has 20 dot coins, 5 Ethereum, and then 1 Bitcoin. And
this seems complex enough, like simple enough for me to potentially actually do, but complex enough to like learn something. I shouldn't say that, but it was a joke that I made up impromptu. Well, it's fine. I don't know why you're regretting it so hard. I just realized no one can see the today's thing here. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Do we even have another subscriber? Is that the truth right now? Yo, we are almost at 900. Holy shit, we're 101 away from me potentially being able to actually quit Uber. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. That's my South African accent. And I know it's good because I have a South African friend and I used to also work with a South African. Brother. No, I lost it. I lost it. That was okay. That was okay. The other day I tried to I often do like a Shaggy reference, and I often do like Zoinks or like Zoinks Scoob, something like that. But I typed it out and like autocorrect happened. So to my friends who like have to capitalize on every single mistake that anyone makes with like the English language, I wrote Zoinks Scoop, like you're scooping something, and it was over. It was absolutely over. I was never in South Africa. I was never there. I just have one friend that's here and one person that I worked with that was also here in Australia.
These numbers are persisting and being saved in core data. So if we close the app and reopen the app, these numbers will persist.
Oh my god, we are only 101 subscribers away. This is insane. I never thought this would...
We can see the current
I never thought I would make it here.
value up here, which is 42,000.
Holy brother.
The current user's portfolio has changed in the last 24 hours. On this screen, we can again filter or sort, and here we can sort by holdings or price.
Question, are you guys gamers much?
If we want to reload the prices, we have the ability to reload. All right, and on that portfolio view, we have this plus sign where we can jump into an edit portfolio view where we can again search for a coin. And then here we can add the number of coins that this current user has. So if I wanted to add maybe 7 of these, click save. We get our save icon. It's now included in our portfolio and it automatically updates back on our screen.
Link, link, link.
This is a fully functioning app that is saving the current user's portfolio and using live price data from the
That's
API.
cool. That's fun.
Finally, we have our awesome settings screen, which has some information about this course, about the API, and then a little bit about the developer section that you're going to add for yourself. Overall, I am very excited with how this app has turned out because I think it looks really good. We are managing all of our data using great architecture and using publishers and subscribers in Combine to really just make everything flow very smoothly and efficiently. And I think the final product looks really professional. All right, so I hope you guys are as excited as I am. I think the app looks awesome. The end product is a fully functioning app that you can put into the App Store. It has awesome app architecture. We're going to write our code elegantly using Combine, publishers, and subscribers.
Oh shit, I gotta plug in my...
SwiftUI,
plug in my Mac. Plug it in.
Flat statements, and overall, it's
Brother.
a lot of fun. So with that said, thank you guys for watching. As always, I'm Nick. This is Swiftful Thinking, and I'll see you in the next
This
video.
guy just feels so genuine. I love him. I love him. Love learning from him. He's so knowledgeable. He's a genius with the Swift. I used to play Warzone a lot, but I was never any good, so I stopped. Do you play anything else? Or, like, I tried Warzone. I'm not a fan. I mean, it's fine. I don't know why so many people so many people are like, you know, shooter hungry, like kill hungry, like I must shoot some fucking idiot. Let's shoot some noobs. It's funny that you're talking about Scooby-Doo because I'm actually trying to create a Scooby-Doo ice cream application. What? Really? Interesting. Sorry, I don't play video games at all. I think that gamers are cool though. Fair enough. Remember the other guy that we were talking about? Oh, sorry, which other guy? I don't remember now. It used to be Fortnite back when it was really hot on the iPhone. Oh yeah, true, true. I think I even tried it on the iPhone or something. Man, I hate playing games on phones. I hate it. I don't know how there's a culture for that. I guess little kids, but I guess certain games are fine to play. Like, less complicated games. Like, I think I mentioned there's 2 games I really, really want to make. And I know they would be absolute hits. They'd be smashing successes. Man, I used to play Fortnite a lot as well. Now I play... Has anyone ever heard of Guild Wars 2? Or Guild Wars? I play Guild Wars 2 all the time. That's my game. Otherwise, I play PoE a little bit. I play... what else do I play? No Man's Sky. I love that one. Yeah, you really need a mobile-specific game, not a port from PC. Oh, yeah, definitely. The other guy that you were learning from, I forgot his name. I remember we had crazy... Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, the guy from App Stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That guy... He's literally here. I have 3 videos from him right here. He's actually...
Exciting new
like,
SwiftUI feature
oh shit,
called Container.
He's literally talking. I have 3 videos. He has good information. I like his information, but sometimes he like... I don't know. I think he's not...
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the
I don't
channel.
know. He's good at teaching, but he's too cool to be teaching. Like, I went to his website. Look at this. I went to his website. Look at this guy. You'll see his, like, advertisement. Look. Look at this. Why? Why is it that? Meet Stefan, your instructor and mentor. Like, I saw that. With 1,000 hours of content and 15 courses, Stefan Dowless makes coding approachable and fun. As a former meta engineer, he combines real-world experience with clear, engaging teaching to help you succeed in tech. I don't even know where this photo like, what is the point of this photo? It has nothing to, it's just a random photo of him that's super cool or something. I do not get that. And he's just sitting on the bike and it's not even like, it's just set up somewhere. What is this? What is this photo? Roasted built for this. Yeah. Hey, I want to get more built, so I'm gonna be like him. I mean, I'm not gonna ride a motorbike, but I'm gonna be like, I want to be the builtest coder out there, and I want to like step out of my Tesla Model Y or Cybertruck, and just be like, hey, want to make some apps today? Yo, what up? Wait, why do I talk like a black guy? I swear I'm not racist. Let's just forget that happened. Nobody clipped that, seriously.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Nick. This is Swiftful Thinking, and if you're watching this video, you probably decided to take this course. So thank you for choosing this course. I do think you guys are going to really like it. And in this video, we're going to just jump right in. We're going
Project setup.
We're going to do some project setup. And
Oh my god!
video,
Yo!
wait,
We're at 900 subscribers. We only have 100 left. This is a milestone. This is a mega milestone in my opinion. I mean, 1,000 is omega milestone. So just to clear that up. We're at 900, everybody. Oh my god. This is success in the making. I'm clicking the little like emojis there for myself. Thank you so much whoever subscribed. Very much appreciated. We only have 4 people in here, so I don't know who did it, and no one's saying anything, but I much appreciate you. Yo! Another subscriber? Is that another one? I think that's another one. So thank you so much, Caleb, and thank you for not being private on your subscription. Or was that, I don't know, maybe that was the actual one. Oh no, yeah, see, we have 901 now. Thank you so much, Caleb. So, whoa, what the, how am I, why are videos randomly starting to play? How did I click that? Sorry, don't know what's going on. I'm trying to go in here and like edit this. Oh my god, we are 99 subscribers away from full monetization. This is insanity right now. Well, according to my system's data, we are 99 away. According to YouTube right now, still it's 100 away. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. Either way, thank you, Caleb. Thank you to anyone who subscribed just recently. So exciting. Okay, let's continue this.
That we can then use throughout our entire app. Now I'm going to use a black and pink color scheme, which I recommend you doing the same as we build this, and then at the end of the project you'll easily be able to just change out the color scheme to whatever color scheme.
Oh my god, I love black and pink. You know what? Okay. I know, it's increasing. It's crazy. You know what? I just had this crazy idea. If I make enough money, I'm gonna set up. Oh my god, I don't know. Okay. I've been thinking a long time about what color Tesla I'm gonna get, and the red one looks so good nowadays, the Model Y. But I also really wanted the Quicksilver one. But I just thought, what if I had like a mixed black-pink colored Tesla? That would look pretty cool, I think. But I'd have to do the right like set of areas designed properly. I don't know. I think it would look cool, but also I didn't necessarily want black. I don't know. Black and pink look really cool though.
All right, let's jump into Xcode and let's start a new project. All right, guys, hope you're excited for this one. Let's go ahead and open up Xcode.
I am very excited for this one.
New project. Let's make sure we're on the iOS tab here, and then let's go ahead and click App, and that's because we're building for an iPhone and the iPad, and then we're just building a regular app. We're not building a game or an AR app or anything, just a regular app.
Regular
ask
app.
us for the product name, and this will be the name of our app, of course. So I'm going to call my project Swiftful Crypto.
Swiftful
and you
Crypto?
can call it whatever you want.
I'll just call it Crypto Tracker.
My recommendation is to not use any spaces in the product name, but whatever you put here basically will just be the name of the folder on your.
yeah, of course you can. Yeah. No, you already told me. Wasn't it you who said you're gonna have a mansion with like 20 women or something?
Computer. So you can change this if you
like.
The team, of course, I'm gonna put my team. If you have an Apple developer account, you can put that here. But it is okay if you put none for now, if you don't have a developer account.
I'm well aware of your mansion plans, man.
For the organization identifier,
I'm well aware.
This is almost always com.
What else are you gonna do with your money? Anything? You must have something else that you can do with your money too. Oh, we might actually only be at 100 subscribers remaining, by the way. I think I'm just gonna put it at 900 right now because YouTube hasn't updated to 901. I don't think it might not be accurate. I don't know, but that's fine. That is, oh my god, only 100 left. Oh.
Your name or your team or your company. So com.myname is fine, and then it's going to create a bundle ID for us. And this isn't very relevant for our app because we're not going to actually put this in the App Store. But this is just a unique identifier basically for.
Well, I'm pumped for this app. I'm pumped.
Organization identifier.
I'm probably not going to understand everything, but I'm pumped.
The important thing on this screen is to make sure we are building a SwiftUI app. We are using the SwiftUI app lifecycle, and of course, we're going to be coding in Swift. Now we're going to use core data in this app, but we don't need the template code from Apple.
I'm going to shrink down the text here.
This box unchecked for now, and we're also not going to add tests in this app. So we'll leave these unchecked. Let's go ahead and click next.
Is the visual of the video, is it fine if I make it a bit smaller? Is that fine? Or I don't want to make it too small so you can't tell what's happening there. Perhaps I'll start a venture capital firm that would generate more money. Ooh, good idea. I'm gonna be watching all of John's ads like they're his live streams. Oh my god, thank you, please. I need all that extra free money. And then I'll take you on a 20-minute tour of my new Tesla. Seriously. I will. It doesn't need a 20-minute tour, but I'll do it. I'll make a 20-minute tour of the Tesla. I'll just slowly walk with the camera right next to the color, this is the Tesla and this is the camera, just going across every pixel point of the Tesla. 20-minute video.
Go ahead and find where you want to save it on your Mac and click create. Once you're inside, click resume on the canvas just to make sure it is all connected here. I'm going to change my canvas actually to be an iPhone 12.
What should my iPhone be?
Make this a little bigger.
iPhone 16 Pro is fine, I think.
We're going to do a little bit of project setup in this video. The first thing we're going to do is jump into the project navigator on the left here. We're going to click on this blue icon, and this is where our app settings are. And we're going to change the display name. The display name is the name for the app when it's on the home screen of the iPhone. So right below the app icon.
Oh, yeah.
And we obviously don't want it to be
Crypto Tracker.
But let's change the name to Crypto Tracker.
Crypto
Again, you can
Tracker.
name it whatever you want. The version will be 1. The build will be 1. We're going to build for the iPhone and the iPad. We're not going to build this for the Mac. We're going to build this for the portrait mode, and we're not going to build it for landscape. So let's uncheck landscape left and right here. And I think that's actually all we need to do on this tab. Alright, and the next thing we're going to do is just import.
Oh yeah, but, hey Rolando. Difference between you young people and us older folks is that if I had 150,000 a year guaranteed, the first thing I would do is move far away from the city. Well, who said I wasn't gonna do that? I feel like you're underestimating the age of my soul, brother. Because I don't know if you heard me mention before, but one of the things I really want to do is move to the not super rural, but country-ish area of Japan. I'm gonna build a fully indestructible house that fully withstands all earthquakes. We'll have a bunker just in case, and have a large plot of land there. No animals. Well, some animals, but not farm animals. Oh, should I? If I'm gonna have a bunker, maybe should I prepare everything else? No, it's fine, right? But yeah, I want to live away from the city in Japan, where I can live a very healthy life. Living in the city leaves you fucked up.
Import some assets to our app. So if we go to the assets.xc assets folder, this is where we can embed some assets into our application. Right now we obviously don't have anything here, but let's add some. And I actually have this folder already downloaded on my computer, so you are welcome to use your own assets if you want, but I will put in the caption below a link to my website here, which is just nicksarno.com/downloads. And on here I have a link for you guys where you can download the same resources that I'm using, which is what I have right here.
Yeah. You gonna have you gonna have the women there as well, or are you gonna have Japanese women or import? That sounded weird. Are you gonna like invite women from other? You know what? I don't even want to actually ask anything about this. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Oh, that's all right. No, I was talking about like another stream. I mentioned that. That's totally fine. No, I like I'm kind of with you, Rolando. Like I feel like I have an old soul and I'm more like the type of person to I don't want to be around a lot of people all the time. Not that that's the reason you want to, be out of yeah. Whoops. Whoops. Like zoinks.
So if I open this up quick, right now there are 3 folders. I think I might actually add a couple more folders for you guys by the end of this video.
Okay, I have this folder, I think, ready. Yeah, resources.
What we're looking at right now is just the assets folders. And I added 2 folders here because this assets.xc assets is actually the same thing as this folder in our project. So if you're feeling really lazy, you could just drag and drop this into the project. Go ahead and click copy items, click create groups, add to target checked, and click finish. And then you could delete the current assets folder and everything should be all set up for you. We're gonna have an app icon. We're gonna have a couple default images.
Is that what I should do?
Colors for our launch screen. And we're gonna have some colors for.
Wait, there's no. It's different. It's different.
So if you're feeling lazy, you can just put these assets in here. But if you're just learning to code and just getting started with iOS development, setting up this assets folder is really important to your app. So because of that, I actually want to walk through all of this with you guys. So I'm gonna delete this folder.
Thank God he's gonna walk through this. Unsolicited advice from an old guy. Enjoy women, life, and adventures while you're young. Later on, you'll be too stressed and tired to truly enjoy them. Appreciated unsolicited advice. I will have my mansion in Japan strictly for Japanese women, and a mansion in Sweden strictly for the Swedish women. This is a hot take, but Swedish women are too white for me. How are you able to see YouTube on other window? It's a special streaming setup. I use OBS to do that. OBS lets you like have different windows on the screen. Thanks for your question. I mean, I heard that is it Swedish women or Swiss women that are like really certain ones are really attractive. Is it Swedish? I honestly can't remember. But I know one. Here's an even hotter take. I know one of those countries, whichever one has the like the really hot women or whatever, a lot of them have don't unsubscribe when I say this. A lot of those people have alien DNA or are alien. That's the hottest take I have. And I'm not even, that's not even like a take my own take. That's like based on what I've heard from people. That's why they're so hot, because there's an alien species apparently called the Nordics. I don't know if you heard about it, but yeah, they are like the hottest race, and they are here. They're here, so apparently. It could be Norway. No, it's not Norway. It's not Norway. Get yourself 2 women from Veracruz. After that, you'll end up like a mummy in 3 weeks. Well, that's, yeah. I mean, agreed with that.
My project here, and we're going to start with a fresh folder and set it up manually. And that's why I actually have another folder here called the assets.blank project. And in this folder is all of the assets that we're going to use to actually set this up manually. So we're going to ignore that assets.xc assets folder in here. And we're going to ignore the app icon for a second. We're going to do that later in the video because it's not very important. But let's import some of these images quick. So I'm going to highlight these images. This is the CoinGecko, the logo.transparent at different sizes, and the logo with the black background. Just click and drag them into our assets folder. So let's just click through.
CoinGecko, logo, transparent, and logo. Let me put that in. Wait. CoinGecko, logo, transparent. Wait, what? CoinGecko, logo, transparent, and what? Logo. Wait, I gotta get rid of that. Delete, because logo, transparent, 3x. Okay. Wait until you're married. You'll want to return her after seeing the second credit card statement. Oh boy. Well, my marriage is coming in like 1 or 2 years, so maybe we won't get credit cards. Problem solved.
Or that we have the images showing in each of these. And then let's right click on this column here and create a folder, and we'll just call this images.
Oh, sorry. You know what? I need to check something. Speaking of credit cards, I quickly need to check something. Give me a sec. It's actually regarding a credit card, because I was gonna get one, but just for myself, not not a shared one. So yeah. Huh? So I'm just trying to read something here. So annoying. This thing. Whoops. And I need this. Wait. What? Here we go. So I just had to send a quick email off to my bank. Just realized I didn't check something. Okay. With that. Hey, Rabin! It's been such a long time, yeah. I know. Welcome back. BRB, okay, big task. 2 years? 1,000 things can happen in 2 years, but yes, save money, a lot of money. Going to need for the first expenses in your new home. Oh man, 100%. I mean, we even have to save. You know the good thing about the good thing about Japanese weddings is the I don't know if you guys know this, but your guests actually pay you money. So they basically cover, like, depending on how many guests you have, they could possibly cover half the cost of the wedding. So they give you like $300 each or something like that. It's insanely useful. So it's like kind of like almost like they're paying their way for the cost of the wedding. Pretty good. They obviously don't cover the whole thing. But yeah. One sec. I need to get rid of these. And just bear with me because I really have to quickly go to the toilet. One sec. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Either way, save money, and don't be stingy with the cost of the mattress and bedding. No problemo, because my fiance and I have already invested in our bedding. So, yep, we did not go lightly on that. Of course not. We knew how important that was, like, straight up. That's why we got a new bed in the first place.
Let's drag all of our images into that folder just to stay.
Wait, images. New folder. Folder. Oh, God. Images. Alright.
Organized. And the next thing we're going to do is set up some colors in our app. So let's right click on this column.
Shit.
Again, create a folder. And I'm going to call this theme colors. And it should actually be outside of this folder here. So like that. And in our theme colors, of course, we're going to add a bunch of colors. So the first color we're going to do is the accent color, which Apple actually gives us by default. And this is that default blue. So when you're creating like SwiftUI buttons and they come out blue by default. That's
Wait, my oh my God, it's frozen. What the hell?
Accent color defaults to blue. But we can override that, and that's what we're going to do. So let's take this accent color, let's bring it into our theme colors folder.
Hell yeah.
Let's
Make
click
this
on
accent
it.
color
Let's
pink as
open
fuck.
up the inspector on the right side here.
Let's make it pink as fuck.
And whether or not we're in light or dark mode, I want to have a different accent color. So I'm going to change this appearance to any comma dark. So in any appearance other than dark, which is basically just light mode, we're going to set this equal to a black color. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click show color panel, and I'm going to use pitch black, which is actually, if I drag the RGB
that's black,
all the way
right?
to the
Yeah.
left here, it's going to be just a straight up black color. And I'll put that right there.
Let's
click
make
on the
this a
dark
pink
appearance.
color.
And in the dark mode, I want the accent color to actually be a bright color. So I'm going to click on show color panel here, and here we're going to use the hex color. So we're going to click on the RGB sliders tab, and we're going to change the hex color to FAC FFC. And that's going to give us this nice light pink, almost
No,
like
I
a
don't.
whitish.
I don't like that. I'm gonna change the color. I want like a more intense pink. Like that. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Deal with it, Swiftful thinking.
Pinkish color. And this is the color theme that I'm going to use for this app. It's basically like a black and pink theme. So let's X out of here. Let's create another color. So let's right click, create a color set. I'm going to call this background color.
Oh.
And the background color in light mode is going to be white. So we're going to leave that as is. But in dark mode, our background color is actually going to be black. So I'm going to click on this. And again, I'm going to set the RGB to 0. That's that pitch black again. So that gives us our background color. All right, let's add another color. So I'm going to right click this, add a color set, and let's call this green color. And this green color we're going to use as an indicator when the prices go up, and it's like green, it's positive. So in light mode, let's click show color panel. And in light mode, I'm going to use a darker green. So I'm going to use this clover here. And then in dark mode, I'm going to use a brighter green, which is going to be the flora here. I think that's going to look really nice. So that's this green at the bottom. Let's right click again and create another color set. Let's call this red color. And in light mode, let's click show color panel. And in light mode, I'm going to actually use a dark red, which I'm actually going to use this maroon. So it's more of a pink than a red. But traditionally in
what's the name of this one? Red color. Red color.
Let's click show color panel. And in light mode, I'm going to actually use a dark red, which I'm actually going to use this maroon. So it's more of a pink than a red. But traditionally in like finance apps, when prices go down, it's red. So that's why I'm calling it red color. In the dark appearance, let's click show color panel again, and let's use the strawberry. So it'll be a little bit brighter when we're in dark mode. And one more color we're gonna add. Let's right click, add a color set. Let's call this secondary text color. And this is going to be the text color other than the primary text color. So the primary text color we get by default, so we're not going to override that. So let's set this up on the any appearance, which is the light mode. Let's show the color panel, and we're going to use a darker color. I'm going to use tin. And then in the dark mode, we're going to use a slightly brighter color. So let's use magnesium.
Okay.
All right, that sets up the colors for our theme. Now, if you drag and drop the assets folder, there was another folder here in this column that said launch colors. And we're actually not going to set that up right now in this project, because when we go to actually add the launch screen, we're going to set up those colors at that time. So if you have it, it's okay. You can just leave it there. Otherwise, with these colors, let's now set these up so that we can easily use these in our project. All right, so in the navigator, I'm going to right click on the navigator, create a new group. I'm going to call this extensions. And anytime we add an extension to a
wait, there is no groups anymore. Oh, over there. Oh, oops.
Up so that we can easily use these in our project. All right, so in the navigator, I'm going to right click on the navigator, create a new group. I'm going to call this extensions.
There is no groups anymore, is there?
We add an extension to a standard Swift class, we're going to put that file in this folder. So I'm going to right click.
Can I not make a just new folder? I don't know.
On the extensions, create a new file, and we're going to extend color. So let's create a Swift.
What are we doing here? Let's just do folder. Extensions? He loves extensions. I know that much. New empty file. Oh, no. No. New Swift file, I should say. Sorry, I'm yelling. I don't know why I'm yelling.
File. And let's call this color. Go ahead and click create. I'm calling it color because we're going to extend the color class. So in here, let's create an extension, and we're extending color. Then we'll open the brackets. And color is part of the SwiftUI framework, so we actually need to import SwiftUI. And then outside of this extension, let's create a struct with all the colors that we have in our app. So we're going to create a struct, we'll call it color theme, and we'll open the brackets. And then in this color theme, I'm just going to add one variable for all of the colors that we just set up: accent, background, green, red, secondary. So let's say let accent equals color, open the parentheses, and we're going to use the name. And now the name of the accent color needs to be the exact same as the accent color here. All of these strings, this text needs to be the exact same.
Can I not just do that? Can't do that, right? Error? Yeah. It can just be dot accent, right? Or var green. No, I want to put var like, what should I name it? Increase or just green? I don't know. Let's name it green. Green type color is dot green color. Wait, didn't I name it green color? green color. A cap. Wait, you can't access that. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's see what he does here then.
So this will be the accent color.
Ah. Okay, then, well, we have no choice. Color name, right? String. Right.
We'll say let background equals color. Background color. We'll say let green equals color. Green color. Let red equals color. Let's do the red color. And then finally, let secondary text equals color. Secondary text color. And in our extension of color, we're going to create a static let theme. And we're going to set it equal to an instance of color theme. Open close parentheses. So by adding the static.
So this is new for me. I haven't used static much or at all, really.
Here, we can then use this instance anytime we call color. We can access the theme, and then inside the theme, we can access all of these colors.
Huh.
And just to demonstrate how powerful this little bit of code is, let's jump into the content view. Let's click resume, and let's just make sure all of our colors are working. Let's set up a quick little test view here. Let's add a Z stack. Open the brackets. So if we wanted to create a background as a color, we would do color.red and then .ignores safe area. This is how we normally get colors in our SwiftUI apps. But because we set up this theme, we can now call color.theme.background. And that's going to give us the background color, which we set up as white.
Whoa.
On top of this background, let's add a VStack quick. Let's open the brackets and let's just add some text in here. We're going to say accent color. I'm going to say text. We'll do secondary text color. Another one, text. We'll do red color. And finally, let's do text, and we'll do green color. And as you guessed, we're going to change the font color of these. So we'll do .foreground color, and we'll do color.theme.accent. Here we're going to do foreground color, color.theme.secondary text. Here we're going to do foreground color, color.theme.red color, and finally foreground color, color.theme.green. Alright. I'm going to, on the VStack, let's just give these a font of headline and maybe some spacing just to make it look good for a second. And so if you did this all correct, you should now be able to see a white background. The accent color should be black. The secondary text color is gray. We have a dark red for the red color.
I wanted to do like a little I wanted to do that, but I wanted to run through the colors. Can I do that? No, whatever. Let's just do text then. Dot foreground style dot. Those are available there, interestingly. Nothing else is. Color. Wait, can you not do this? Color dot theme, right? Dot accent. Does it work? Let's copy that down. Theme dot green, red, dot secondary text, dot background will be white, right? That works. Cool.
And a dark green for the green color. And if I click on the inspect preview here and switch it into dark mode, we should see all the colors automatically adapt to dark mode.
Nice.
Our accent color turns to this like bright pink. I'll zoom in a little bit. Our accent color turns to this bright pink. The secondary text is still a gray. The red color is a bit of a brighter red,
That's good.
and the green is a brighter green. So now we have our color scheme set up, and we can use this color.theme across our entire app. And for those of you who are just getting into iOS development, you probably don't realize how powerful this is. But by setting up our color theme beforehand and using these globally adaptive colors throughout our entire app, it's going to save us a lot of time and stress later on trying to adapt for dark mode. So right off the bat, when you create new projects, I highly recommend setting up your theme and making it so that these colors are adaptive to light and dark mode. And again, we did that in the assets folder. We created our colors. We gave them different colors for light and dark mode. And then we created a simple extension for color where we set up our theme here. And if we ever wanted to add more colors to our theme, we could add more colors just right in here. And even better than that, if we ever wanted to test out a new theme or a different theme, we could create another struct. We could just call it maybe color theme 2 and then just put that into our app. And then our entire app would build with that new color.
So the extension is like... So why do we not use just the... I want to clarify, why do we not use just the struct? Why do we put it into an extension? Makes sense, it's unusable. So let's do a bit of Gemini and clarification here. I'm gonna move this over. So I've just made this. I want to see what is the purpose of static to start. A type property rather than an instance property. Without static, if you were to define let theme equal color theme without static, instead it would mean every time you create an instance of color, which you generally don't do directly in SwiftUI like color, that instance would have its own separate theme property. This isn't how color is typically used, and it would be inefficient and conceptually incorrect for a shared theme type property with static. By using static, you're saying that theme belongs to the color type itself. Oh. not to any specific instance of colors. These are key implications. There will never be one instance of color theme created for your entire application. Okay, so it's almost like making a class, except not. All parts of your code that access color theme will be referring to the exact same color theme. Global accessibility. Access theme directly on the color type. Like this color theme accent. Color theme background. You don't need to create an instance of color first. Ah. Oh, that is powerful. Holy crap. Very cool. Right. Wait. Oh my god. Stop. Close relative class. Aha. Right, so it's connecting this to this color scheme to actual color. Interesting. I thought we just named that color. Okay, that's powerful. What the fuck? I don't quite understand the whole thing, but it's interesting. Let's continue.
Too. So this is super powerful and a great way to set up your color theme in your app. Alright guys, that was a little bit of setup, and in the next video we're going to actually start coding and building out our app. So thank you guys for watching. As always, I'm Nick, this is Swiftful Thinking, and I'll see you in the next video.
So good. Okay, is this the next video? I think it is. And I actually need to cancel my shift today because I'm not gonna work in this ass weather right now. I'm actually gonna do Uber tonight instead.
Welcome back everyone, I'm Nick, this is Swiftful Thinking, and we are building a cryptocurrency app. And in this video, we are going to start building our first view, which is the home view, and we're going to actually build a custom header at the top of the view. Now in a lot
Home view header
of beginner SwiftUI apps, we usually use the navigation bar as just the default header at the top of our screen. But in this app, because we're making a little bit more of a custom feel, we're going to actually use a navigation view, but we're going to hide the bar and create our own custom header. So that's what we're going to focus on in this video.
Okay. Let's do it.
Alright, welcome back everyone. So I'm back in our Xcode project, of course. And in this video, we're going to start setting up our home screen. I have an actual simulator of what we're building here. But in this video, we're going to set up the basics of this screen and add this top bar here. So we have this button on the left, we have the title in the center, and then we have a button on the right. And if
Interesting.
I click the button, it's actually going to change the title and add a little animation around this button, because this actually going to change the title and add a little animation around this button, because this button also changed to a plus sign. So if we look at this eye, when I click it, it animates and then it turns to a plus. So this header is what we're going to set up now. So although we're using MVVM architecture, this app is actually going to be much more complicated than my previous course if you follow the to-do list course. And because of that, the way we're going to set up our folders isn't exactly model view model. It's a little more complicated than that when you start getting into these more complex apps. So what we're going to do here is let's fold up the extensions and let's right click and create another new group, and let's call this core. And I'm going to move it below the extensions, and then inside this core is going to be all of the views and the view models in our app. So inside this core, I'm going to create another folder. So let's right click and create a group. And this is going to be the home folder. So all of the views and the view models for the home page are going to be in this folder. So in here, let's create a new group. We'll call it views. And let's right click one more time and create view models folder. In our views folder, let's finally right click, create a new file. And it's going to be a SwiftUI view. And we're going to call this home view. Go ahead and click create. Once you're inside, click resume on the canvas. Make sure we're all connected.
We are auto resuming.
Let's set this up real simply. We're going to add a Z stack. Open the brackets. We're going to add a background layer, and the background color is going to be the color from our theme. So we're going to say color.theme.background. Let's make it ignore safe area, and let's write a little comment here that this is the background layer. And then on top of this, we're going to have a content layer, and this is going to have a V stack. We'll open the parentheses, and we haven't built the header out, of course, but let's just add a text saying header for a second, and let's add a spacer at the bottom. Let's give it a minimum length of 0, so it can be 0 if it needs to be, and that should push our header up to the top, but still within that safe area. And although we're not using the titles from a navigation view, we are going to use the navigation links so that we can segue around our app really efficiently. So because of that, I want to embed this entire home view into a navigation view. And we could do that directly in this view, but my personal preference is to just do it way at the beginning of our app in our app.swift file. So I'm going to jump into our app.swift file. This again is the first file that runs in your app. This is where the app main call is.
Can you do it here?
And then right now, content view is going to be the first view in our app. But we're not going to use the content view. So instead, we're going to add a navigation view here. We're going to open the brackets. Inside the navigation view, we're going to add a home view, which is what we just created. Open and close parentheses. And now because we're building our own header at the top, we don't want the default navigation view bar at the top. So we're going to call here .navigation title navigation bar hidden, and we'll set that equal to true. So this way that bar doesn't show up on the home view. Alright, so now let's jump back into the home view.
Navigation bar hit dot navigation bar hidden toolbar hidden. Okay, dot toolbar okay, interesting.
And just to be sure,
we're making an updated version of this app if possible, if I can follow it. My mom just finished with the chiropractor. I recommended one to her and she said I feel way better. I'm so glad.
replicate that same environment on the preview here. So we're gonna put the preview inside a navigation.
So we obviously have to use nav stack. Oops, nav stack. Sniffly.
view. We're going to put our home view inside. And you can see there's space at the top above the header right now because the navigation bar is there. But we know that we are navigation bar hidden is true. So that space goes away. It's always a good idea to have your previews have the same environment as they would.
You know what? It's interesting. We might, I don't know if we'll follow this for now, but we might edit it later to actually use the new glass stuff, because the toolbar for glass is actually pretty good.
This way you get a better understanding of what it's going to actually look like. And the next thing we're going to do is build out those circle buttons that you saw on the top left and the top right.
Are they going to be overlays?
And because it's going to be a component that we reuse a bunch of times, I'm going to actually make it its own view. So this way we can reuse it. So over in our core folder, outside of the home, I'm going to create another folder, new group. I'm going to call it components. And so the difference here is the views that are in the home are going to be specific for that home view, for that screen. But all the views that are in the components folder are going to be reusable so that we can use them on a bunch of different views in our app. They're not specific to one specific screen. So in this components, I'm going to right click, create another group. We'll call this circle button. And in here, we're going to finally right click, create a new file. It's going to be a SwiftUI view. And let's call this circle button view. Go ahead and click create. When we're in here, let's click resume on the canvas. Alright, and the first thing I want to do is change the preview, because this is not going to be a full screen. This is going to be a little icon, a little button. So we're going to change the preview to .preview layout .size that fits. And we'll just add a little bit of padding around it just to make it look a little bit better. So let's start building out our button. So our button is basically going to be an image. So we'll add an image here.
Preview layout is ignored in a preview macro. Use the traits argument of the macro to provide the desired layout. Wait, what? Use the traits argument of the macro to provide the desired layout, e.g. size that fits for macro preview. Oh, really? Size. Is that right? Well, how do you do it then, you fool? Preview. Traits. Ah! Traits. Dot size that fits. Okay. There you go. Cool.
And we're going to use a system icon. So we use this
image. System icon. System name, right? Yeah.
System name. And for right now, let's just add heart.fill just to get the heart icon here. We're going to change the size of the image by using .font, and we'll use headline. We'll change the color by calling .foreground color, and we will make the accent color, of course, part of our theme. We'll use color.theme.accent. Let's set the exact size of these buttons to be a frame, a width of 50, a height of 50. We don't need the alignment because it is center by default. And then behind this image...
Wait. This is weird. So there's a conflicting thing with that. Okay, well, we will rename it then. Just... We'll name it... Can we rename... If I go into... Where do I go? Extensions, right? No, I can't do that. Whatever. Let's just go into assets again. Let's name it up color. Name this down color. Wait, is this the issue here? No, it's .theme. Oh. Hold on, we have a bug here. Okay, I think it's working now. Yep. Cool. All right. That seems to work. Let's double check here. Yep. Let's continue. Whoa, I smell something really weird. Like a cigar. What the hell?
Let's add a circle.
Why?
So we'll do dot background.
Why do I smell cigar right now? That's really weird.
Here we'll add a circle. And the circle by default is black, but let's change it with...
This is gonna be a button, right? So background, circle.
to a foreground color of color.theme.background, which should be white. After this background layer, let's add a shadow. Let's use the one with the color here so we can customize the shadow color. And let's put these on separate lines. So we'll have color, and then we'll have the radius down here. The color is going to be color.theme.accent. I'm using the same as the foreground color of the icon. I'm going to call .opacity 0.25. So it's a little bit lighter than the actual color. And then for the radius, we'll do 10, and we'll put it right in the center with 0 and 0, x and y. Finally, I'm going to add a little bit of padding around this, just to make it a little bit bigger, and we can probably get rid of the padding down in our preview.
Ooh, nice button.
That looks good. Let's just make sure it looks good in dark mode as well. So let's add a group to our preview, open the brackets. I'm going to cut this. And paste it twice. And then on the second one, I'm going to call .color scheme, and we'll put this one as dark. So in dark mode, we have a pink icon and a black background. All right, and finally,
Ooh, that looks awesome. Awesome. I love it. That looks, I don't know why, mine definitely doesn't show up like his, but
change out this icon for any icon that I want instead of just the heart. So up here, let's add a...
Oh yeah, the input, right? We can do this. Let var, no, what am I saying? Var icon, button icon of type string, right? And then we'll need to fill that in. Heart.fill, and we can put in here button icon. And then we'll put in here like trash. Yes. Awesome. We'll name it icon for easy use. There we go. Nice.
icon name of type string.
Wait, let? Okay. Oops. That's weird.
And then we're going to take that icon name and just pass it in here. So our initializer is now going to ask us for an icon name every time we create a circle button view. So down here when we're creating them, we can fix our preview and we can add our icon names here. So let's just do info and maybe plus. Click resume on the canvas. We should now see two different icons.
There we go.
We got our eye, we have our plus sign.
But they're not big enough. I don't like it.
Looking really good.
I want them to be bigger, so I'm going to make them bigger. I don't like headline. I want dot title 3. Title 3 plus bold. There we go. That's way better. Title 2? Title? Let's go title 2 for now. Oh, it's way smaller though. Oh, it's not obvious enough. Let's do that.
Back into our home view where we have our header, and up here where we have our header text, let's actually add an H stack. Open the brackets. On the left side of the H stack, I'm going to add one of these buttons, so we'll call circle button view. Open the parentheses, and I'm just going to use the info. Then I'm going to add another one we'll call circle button view. Open the parentheses, and this icon will be chevron.right. Let's take this header text, put it between the two, and then I'm going to add spacers between the buttons and the text just to push everything outward. Finally, on the entire H stack, let's add some padding of horizontal, and now our header is really starting to come together. Let's change the text here to say live prices.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Let's give it a font of headline.
Live prices. Let's put that in. He loves headline.
Font weight of heavy. And finally, let's give it a foreground color of color.theme.accent, which is our black, and that's why it still looks black. And when we click on this right icon here, I want to change the icon on the left and also rotate this icon so that it points left instead of.
Wait, hold on. Why? Accent. Can we change this? Let's do like 5 for more fun. 5 for fun. Yeah. Hello. It's broken. What? What? Why can I not change the dark mode? There you go. I like that. It's more obvious. Woo! That looks sick.
Right. So on the home view, I'm going to create an @state.
Sorry, what was he doing?
Click on this right icon.
Oh yeah, right.
Which is our black, and that's why it still looks black. And when we click on this right icon here, I want to change the icon on the left and also rotate this icon so that it points left instead of right.
Not really. Not often. I use it to explain things to me, but I don't get it to write things, if that makes sense. Like, I use it as like, instead of going to Stack Overflow to get my answers, I can just have AI. I can ask a direct question to AI and get an immediate answer, and it'll throw up like data from the developer documentation and stuff like that.
So on the home view, I'm going to create an @state private var. Let's call it show portfolio of type bool, and we'll set it equal to false. And I'm making it private here. I know in most of my videos so far, I haven't really touched on the private versus public thing, but when you are building complex apps, you should always try to make your variables, you should always try to make everything as private as possible. So by adding this word private, we are basically telling the code that we're only going to access this show portfolio variable within this view. We're never going to be able to access it from another file, from another class, from another struct, only within this view, and that's why we make it private. So I'm going to be doing that a lot throughout this course, just a heads up. Alright, so when we tap on this circle button view, let's add a .tap gesture. And we want to change this show portfolio, and we're going to do it with animation. So we'll do with animation .spring, open the brackets, and we'll call show portfolio .toggle. And then on this chevron .right here, we want to rotate it so that it faces the other way if we're showing the portfolio. So we'll call it .rotation effect.
Wait, is that fine to be a .spring, right?
Toggle. And then on this chevron .right here, we want to rotate it so that it faces the other way if we're showing the portfolio. So we'll call it .rotation effect.
.rotation effect.
We'll add angle, and we'll use the degrees. And in here, we're going to basically just animate the angle based on show portfolio. So we'll say show portfolio question mark. If show portfolio, let's rotate it 180 degrees, so the opposite of where it's facing now. Otherwise, 0.
Ooh, fun.
Let's resume the canvas real quick. Click play on the canvas, and when I click this, it
That was
should
so
now
easy.
rotate and rotate back.
Holy shit, so easy.
That looks pretty good. I also want to change this icon here from an I to a plus if we're in the portfolio mode. So on this icon name here, I'm going to change this. We're going to say show portfolio question mark. If we're showing portfolio, we're going to use the plus. Otherwise, we'll use info. So let's try it now. And it's working, but there actually is a little bit of animation that's happening there, and it looks a little funky. So to get rid of that animation, I'm just going to call .animation.none on this.
I kind of like it though. Let's use another one here. Snappy. I like it. I like the morph. Do you guys not like that morph? Why does he not like that? What about dot? What about dot? What else we got? What's bouncy? How's that look? Looks cool on this. If I put bouncy and then duration, what if I put 30? What does that do? Is it gonna be really slow? Yeah, it's really slow. Huh? Oh my god, that's so... Okay, so at the end, does it convert this? Or what? What? Say 10. Two? Right, so it's not quite. That looks really weird. So on this, on the tap of this, it animates the toggle. What? I don't know what's another effect you could animate with this. Dot animation dot bouncy? I don't know. Dot scale effect 5? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh wait, whoops, I'm on the fucking wrong thing here. I'm on the text, what am I doing? Ah! It's too big. Dot bouncy value show portfolio. I don't know. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. My voice. Right, so that looks really weird. With the duration, it's fucked. Is there not a transition thing here, or? I don't know how this works. Do not know how this works. Need to learn more about animation.
Button view. So now it should switch without that weird animation that we were seeing a second ago.
I'm happy with it though. It's
We're
fine.
gonna do the same thing for the live prices. We're gonna say, in this text, we're gonna say show portfolio, question mark. If so, we'll have it say portfolio, otherwise live prices. And again, when we click it, it's gonna have this weird little animation. It's gonna try to animate in and out, which doesn't really look good. So underneath this foreground color, we're gonna call it .animation.none. And now we should be able to switch from live prices to the portfolio. The last thing I want to do in this video is when we
Is there not a movement thing you can do here? Like dot transition dot move dot translation transition dot slide I don't know.
which I want the user to really know that we are changing this icon, because the action that they click when it's the info versus when it's the plus is going to be different. So because of that, we're going to add a little bit of animation when this switches to a plus. So the easiest way I've found this is to actually make it its own view. So underneath this circle button view here where we have the actual circle button, we're going to right click, create a new file. This will be a SwiftUI view. I'm going to call this circle button animation view.
Okay.
Click create. Click resume. All right. And in here, I'm going to add a circle. Let's give it a dot stroke width with a line width of 5.0 maybe. And we want to add some animation. So up here, we'll create an @state private var. We'll call it animate of type bool, and we'll set it equal to false. And then on the circle, we're going to animate it. We're going to animate the scale. So we'll say dot scale. And here we're going to say animate. If we are animating, we're going to scale up to 100% or 1.0. But if animate is false, we're going to start at 0. So this will start at 0 scale when it's false, and then when we change it to true, it will animate from 0 up to 1.0. So if we click resume on the canvas, we should actually not see it right now. And just for a second, on this dot on appear, I'm going to open the brackets. I'm going to call animate.toggle. So when this appears, it should then animate onto the screen. And it looks like it just did it without animation. So we're going to add animation to this entire circle here. So I'm going to add .animation. And we'll say animate, question mark. And if we are animating, we're going to use the animation .ease out with a duration of 1.0. So it takes 1 second to animate.
Oh, geez.
Then we're going to say otherwise, if we are not animating, the type of animation on this circle should be .none. And this is a little complex if you haven't used much animation before.
This is very complex. It doesn't even look like it works. Oh, it has to be inside? Is that right? Whoa. No. Okay. Does that work? No. Huh? Dot animation, animate, question mark, animation dot ease out, duration. Oh. Right. Otherwise none. Okay. This was deprecated, so we can do dot animation dot animation value. We just do dot ease out. It's inferred. Jesus, I can't type. Animate. There you go. That's it.
But basically, we're adding this line here because we only want to animate. We only want to animate in one direction. So if we switch this to true, we're going to have animation of ease in out. But if we switch this to false, it's not going to animate back to false. Instead, there is no animation.
Wait. Does this work? Can you do dot none? No. Okay, well, I don't know how to make sure to do this.
And it's just going to jump back to the starting state. So if I click resume on the canvas one more time, we get that nice animation here. I'll do it one more time, stop it, and then press play. It should animate up. And then one more we're going to add is the dot opacity. And if we are animating, let's do 0.0, otherwise 1.0. So as it gets bigger, it actually fades out a little bit. So let's press play. Now it looks kind of almost like a ripple effect where it comes up and then fades out.
I like that.
To make it a little more realistic, on this preview, I'm just going to add a frame with a width of 100, a height of 100. And let's also give it a foreground color of red down here, just so that we can see it. And I think it looks a little better. Let's stop it. Alright, so when we press play on the simulator here, we should see that little red circle animate outward.
Cool.
It's a little hard to see because it happens so fast. So if we want, we can maybe change the duration just for testing to like 10 seconds. We should now be able to see it really slowly. It's getting bigger,
testing?
and as it gets bigger, the opacity also lowers, so it looks like it's fading out a little bit.
Cool.
Let's change that back to 1 second. The last thing we're going to actually do is change this animation. Instead of handling whether or not animate is true or false directly on appear or within this view, we're going to make a binding variable here. So we'll say binding, and bindings cannot be private. And we'll say animate of type bool, and this is going to actually be connected to something in our home view so that our home view can tell this circle button when to animate. We're going to get rid of this on appear call, and we're going to fix this preview, and we're going to fix this previews down here. We need to add a binding boolean in here. For our purposes, it doesn't really matter, so we're just going to call it .constant, and we're just going to set it equal to false for now. Alright, so now every time we add a circle animation...
Huh? Wait, what? I thought... Oh my god. Wait, what? That's not it either? Is it just this? Wait. Okay. Huh? There we go. Hello, run, please. Don't tell me this is some dumbass error.
View, it's going to ask us to bind to a boolean, and that's what we're going to do now. Let's jump into the home view. Click resume, make sure it's still connected. Alright, and on this eye, which is this circle button here, we're going to add a background. And the background is, of course, going to be our circle button animation view. Open the parentheses, and then we need to bind to a boolean to tell it when to animate. And we already have this show portfolio boolean because we want it to happen when we click the button. So here we'll add money sign show portfolio.
Right. So we don't want it to reverse like that. Sorry, I'm just responding to my mom. Sorry to myself. Okay. So we need to fix this, which is what he did fix already. So I'm actually gonna ask AI how to do this in particular. We're going to Gemini. How can I stop this view from reverse animating? I only want it to animate one way and then reset. Perhaps utilizing the .none in animation. Oh wait, yeah. We can achieve one-way animation with a reset, preventing the reverse animation you're currently seeing. Send from toggle and appear, which immediately reverses the animation back. There must be some easier way to do this though, because value.animate on appear right, so this is okay. That makes sense. But when it's set to false, does it not just like go back? Does it not just like reverse the animation anyway? Hold on, let me go back to this in this tutorial real quick. Animation.ease out duration. So right now I have to use this for the normally I'd have to use animate the animation. Wait, what? Is that right? Wait, question mark. Dot ease out duration. That's supposed to be a question mark there. Otherwise, dot none. But that was deprecated. What's the alternate way to do this? No, you now need dot animate dot animation type value it still suggests a dispatch queue. Is that the only way? I'll take that code because I totally understand what it's doing. But I don't know if that's gonna work, to be perfectly honest. No, it doesn't work still. That just delays the animation. Oh, yeah. It just redoes the animation. I might have to do some fancy thing here. on appear, animate.toggle, then wait. So let's make this not scale, opacity hidden. Huh? Visible. What's it? Oh. Visible to equal 0.0. I don't need hidden. I don't know why I did that. Does that work? This is gonna be crazy if this works. It's probably not gonna work. No, okay, because that sets it once, changes it to. We can't just set it here. How do we reset this fucker? Oh, fuck, my thing is getting fucked down there. One sec. My power board. Sorry, I'm trying to move it with my feet. Oh jeez. Come on, man. Okay, there we go. Okay. Well. What do we do? Value by animate. Ease out duration. You can't change the value. On appear, it'll equal true. But as soon as it toggles off again, it'll reverse the animation.
And that's what we're gonna fix.
Let's go back a bit to see how he does this.
With
The none thing.
And we'll say animate ? And if we are animating, we're gonna use the animation dot ease out.
See, this is why AI doesn't understand. It doesn't work. Or maybe this works, I don't know. It's so much more complicated, it doesn't make any sense that it would be like that.
With a duration of 1.0, so it takes 1 second to animate. Then we're going to say otherwise, if we are not animating, the type of animation on this circle should be .none.
So what happens if I do that? What if it's as simple as that? No, it's not. Why does it keep starting in the other position? Oh, because it's supposed to be, right? Wait, what? No, it should be starting with the... It says show portfolio false. So should this not be info and then this should be plus? And wait, what? At what point did this get all reversed? I'm so confused. Okay. It reverses here. It's reversed, so I'll just make that true, I guess. Does that work? It starts as true, and then you can see the portfolio is false. Okay. That works. But I don't know. If anyone knows, feel free to chime in on how to do this. If not, that's okay. We might have to just leave it for now. I know AI doesn't know how to do it.
And this is a little complex if you haven't used much animation before, but basically we're adding this line here because
This does
we
nothing.
only want to animate.
Changing the value.
We only want to animate in one direction. So if we switch this to true, we're going to have animation of ease in out. But if we switch this to false, it's not going to animate back to false. Instead, there is no animation. It's just going to jump back to the starting state.
What's your keyboard? My keyboard is the EpoMaker TH80 SE, I believe. This one. I swear that's one of the #1 questions I get. Speaking of, let me quickly check. Thanks, man. It sounds nice. Yeah, it is really nice. It's really nice. I love the sound of it too. It's my account here. Oh, we have 901 subscribers. Thank you so much. I realize the thing hasn't updated, but we are 1 subscriber ahead than we were before. I actually made a video on my keyboard. Where is it? Where's that video? Here it is. It's a 75% keyboard. I actually have an Amazon link if you want to support me by buying through my link. That's the keyboard there. I think it gives me a commission from Amazon if you guys buy through my link. That would be awesome. If you plan to buy it, feel free. Thank you so much. I think the first ever payment I got from Amazon was like, it took over like 2 years to get enough money because I don't know, I feel like my videos weren't very popular back then. And I got $25, I think. I was like, oh my god, I actually did it. One part of it. Thank you, man. Much appreciated, seriously. Looks like it's Bluetooth too. Yeah, so this actually not only has a USB thing, so you can plug it in by USB, which is like obviously great for gaming. But then it also has a Bluetooth function and it has a connected like cable function. So the cable, when it's connected, it works and charges at the same time. Then what I use it for, which is awesome, one of the main reasons I bought it, is I can swap with one singular swipe of my button here. It not only goes straight over to Bluetooth and auto connects to my Mac, I can just swap it over and it auto connects to the dongle in my PC, and then it can swap back and forth between Windows and Mac as well, which is kind of crazy. So like you can, it is laid out as a PC, like a Windows keyboard, but when you swap it on the back from Windows PC to Mac, it'll swap the function of the Alt and the Control to be, this Alt will become like Command for Mac. Which is really cool.
So if I click resume on the canvas one more time, we get that nice animation here.
Let's skip forward a bit.
All right, so on appear or within view, so that our home view, add a circle. Click resume, make sure it's still connected. Canvas. What we're gonna do is take this.
We're actually at the end of the video here.
Private var. We'll call this home.
We haven't done this
by just cleaning up our home view because this is our already looking long.
Wait, let me go back here. When he resumes this,
so here we'll add money sign show.
What does it look like? It should be on portfolio to start, right?
And hopefully when I click this button now, we should see the slight little animation behind
Why?
his eye.
How is his correct?
Let's click it.
How was his correct before? Holy brother. Doesn't make sense. But it's still the same thing.
And there it was. And when
I
we
don't know
click it
what
back,
happened.
It should actually not animate because set the animation to none. So no animation when we go back.
Oh, wait, hold on. I actually think I know how to do this. I think. Just have to put dot animation show portfolio question mark none or dot ease in out. What do we have it as? Ease out. Ease out? Yeah, ease out is good. Duration 1.0. Does that work? Oh, but that's the deprecated part. Hold on. Maybe I'm doing it, maybe it's backwards. Maybe it's here. Animate question mark. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hold up. I think we've got it here. think we've actually done it. We might have done it. We might have done it. Hold on. We might swap that here. None. Okay, let's try this. Let's try it. Let's try it. Yo! We did it! Look at that. Oh my god. Okay. Holy shit. So the comparison between the other version and this, I don't know, for me it wasn't that obvious. Let me... I think I was too focused on the fact that there was a value there, so I was kind of confused. Maybe that was more obvious than I thought, but I just want to point out here to anyone watching this and thinking about using AI, AI couldn't figure this out. AI didn't know how to do this here. Maybe if you put in really, really specific prompts that were, I don't know, way more specific and detailed than mine. But at that point, you're wasting so much time. I guess you could argue that you're wasting more time trying to figure it out. I don't know. But it's just the fact the fact that AI couldn't figure that out for me, it makes me want to stop going to AI. And I have stopped going. I just figured that out myself. Anyone learning here? Consider that. For your own sake. Oh, we got another subscriber. Thank you so much. We're ahead by 2 now. So we've only got 98 subscribers to go until we get to our goal. I wonder, this is just a random goal, that 7 days left thing. I didn't set that up. It's set up as 14 days. It's been 7 days already. I wonder if we're actually going to hit that. I don't know if we are. I'm not going to be bummed if we don't. It's just set up there because it's a goal, like, API thing from Stream Elements. So we'll see. It would be fun if we did. Be cool. All right, let's go back to the video. Let's go back and do one more.
Home view down in this extension.
How long has it
bar.
been so far since I've been streaming? 2 hours and a half.
Private var. We'll call this home header.
Here's his love for extensions again. Anyway.
Of type sum view. Open the brackets. I'm just going to paste that H stack and the padding inside here. So it's doing all the same.
Oh, that's not meant to be there. Whoops. My bad. Sometimes when you don't focus. 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 Remember when Dwayne Johnson used to always yell focus? That was a fun time. So we're extracting this H stack out, huh?
Stuff, except now we can just take our variable called home header and put it right here at the top of our content layer.
That didn't work. That's super cool. I know, right? I know, figuring out is so fun. What happened here? Did I... Extension home view. Oh. Oh, oops. It's not connected to home view, right? Extension of home view. There we go. Now it just displays home header.
Sum view. Open the brackets. We're just going to paste that H stack and the padding inside here. So it's doing all the same stuff, except now we can just take our variable called home header. And
that makes it so much easier to see.
Layer.
to read.
Click resume.
So true.
We're keeping our home view nice and short and readable, and everything looks great. All right, guys, our screen is starting to come together, but that is it for this video. So I hope you enjoyed
All right.
it. As
One
always.
more. We're going to do one more worth of probably 30 minutes, and then I'm getting pretty hungry, so I'm going to have to head off after that. But I do want to go one more round. I will grab a drink real quick and a little snack. Little snack. Creating coin model. Be right back. You know what? I want to have like a feature on my stream where it actually I need to do some more research about YouTube streaming features like super chats, stickers, memberships, create clips. Does YouTube have channel points? I want to. Is there no feature you can use on YouTube where like you can? I guess it's a Twitch thing, right? They can't copy it, I suppose. Where like. Damn. How to create interactivity YouTube stream. I don't know. Maybe there's something on Stream Elements I can add, but I was thinking like I want to add something like some you get those like random moments you can add in your stream, like someone requests something. I was thinking like random takes or like random hot takes or something. Because I just had a take. Not a take, but I don't know. Random thoughts, I guess. I literally just had a thought. A really random thought where I was thinking how great chopsticks are because you can just pick up almost literally anything and never get your hands dirty. Including chips, because I was about to get some chips. I was like, how do I type without having to get up every second to clean my fingers? And not wipe. Like, because you can't really wipe off grease. Not that well. I gotta find a way to put more interactivity in here. Alright, let's continue.
Alright, what's up everyone? I'm Nick. This is Swiftful Thinking, where we cover all things Swift and SwiftUI related. And in this video, we're going to create our first model. It's going to be called a coin model, and it's basically representative of the coin data that we're going to be downloading from the internet. We're adding it this early in the course because we're going to use this coin model on so many different views and move it around our entire app. So it's important to just get this out of the way early on in the course. And there actually is a little bit of kind of boring code in this video where we have to type out certain things very manually. And because of that, I've actually included some of the files that we're going to be creating in the resources folder that I have on my website, and I will link it below. So if you want to just follow along and not actually type everything, definitely just check out that resources. But if you do that, I do not recommend just copying and then skipping this video, because there is a lot of good information here that you will probably want to know if you're going to do this on your own and in your
Don't
own
worry, I'm not going to skip it? Skip it.
Welcome
Jesus.
back, everyone. I am back in our Xcode project, and in this video we're going to start setting up the model for the data that we're going to download and put onto the screen here for all of our coin prices. So what we're going to do in the navigation view here, outside of this core folder, I'm going to right click, create another new group, and this is going to be called models. This is where we're going to put all of our models in our app. I'm going to bring this actually below the extensions here. And the first model we're going to create, let's right click the folder, create a new file. This is going to be a Swift file, and again we're using Swift instead of SwiftUI here because we don't need the preview. We basically only use SwiftUI when we're needing the preview to make a view. But now we're just going to create a model, so it will be a Swift file, and I'm going to call this coin model. Go ahead and click create.
Are you guys all
Inside here, let's create a
coding, chilling with me
class.
right now?
Let's call it coin model, and let's open the brackets. And I do want to point out here that I'm calling this coin model to just be very specific that this is a model, because this is a tutorial on YouTube. But if I was actually making this in a production app, I would probably just call this coin and not use the word model. But for our purposes, this is just being extra explicit, so you guys know exactly what's going on here. And now we're going to take a quick first look at the API that we are using. So I'm going to go to coingecko.com, and this is basically just a public website that has cryptocurrency data that we can see here. But really useful, they have underneath the resources, they have a crypto API. And if this API ever does go down, which I've been using it for years now and I've never had a problem, but if it ever goes down, I will put in the comments below a replacement API that you guys can use. But while we're here, just to show you guys, it is a 100% free API. We don't need any special keys. It is reliable, at least they say it's reliable, and they have over 7,000 coins, 400 exchanges.
So do we need a key though, right? Did he put a comment in here? Same page, right? Oh no, it's not free anymore. No. Huh. What's this? Whoa! What is that? That's the is that the API? Can I just use that? Oh my god. I don't know. Let's keep going, I guess, and see what he does here. I can close that.
Pretty much all the data we're going to need for our app. So I'm going to click Get Started here. And the cool thing about this API is that they have this web portal, which is super beginner friendly. So if I start maybe here with just like the ping, just check that the API is online, we could click Try It Out, and then we can click Execute. And this actually gives us, this is the URL we need to request in our code. And this is the data that we're going to get back if it's successful. So all we need to do is add this into our code, request it, and then we're going to get this JSON data back that says, Gecko says, I guess it says v3 to the moon. We're not going to actually use this URL, but you can see how this is so beginner friendly and super helpful when dealing with APIs, because sometimes when you're using these third-party APIs, they don't have any documentation, and it's kind of hard to figure out what URL you really need or what the download's going to look like. So
to create a free account, is that? Or is it free? Demo beta. Okay.
this is super handy. I'm going to click cancel here, close up the ping. And the first one we're going to actually use is the markets API down here. So I'm going to click on this markets, and I'm going to click try it out. And there's actually a bunch of settings that we could set when we are requesting this URL. First, we can set what currency we want. So I'm going to use USD, but obviously you can change your currency by just typing that in right here. And then we can give it specific coin IDs if we want certain coins only. But we're going to leave that blank because we're just going to get the top coins.
What did the guy say to do again? Demo endpoint overview. Wait, what? Endpoint overview. Oh yeah. But you need an account for... But how do you generate the thing without a... How do you get one for... Oh. Okay. One sec, I'll just create an account. Easy enough. Thank you, CoinGecko, for not ruining this tutorial. Hmm? What am I using it for? Okay, I created a demo account just now. Damn it, these chips are so good. Hold on. See, this is what I mean. It's too messy, though. Three cheeses or triple cheese, or whatever. Red Rock deli chips. Oh my god, so good. Point app. Create. There we go. We got a key. Now we can continue. Keep that. Okay, let's go.
We can also set a category if we want maybe like decentralized finance coins or stable coins. We're going to leave that blank as well. We want our query to order by market cap descending. This just basically means that the first...
Is this something you can trial here? Oops. Market. What do we want? Markets, right? Ah, here we go. Let's go AUD. Try it. Fill out this field header. Oh, do I need my API key here? I'm very new to using APIs, so bear with me, please. Please. Well, we got another subscriber, by the way. Awesome. Thank you so much for subscribing. I'll update the thing. When you subscribe, there's a notification, but it doesn't come up if you have subscription on private, so that's unfortunate, but what can you do? So I'm just trying to put my... So we put it in, we click try it. Okay.
First coin is going to have the highest market cap, and the last coin we get is going to have the lowest market cap. Then we can change how many results we want. So if we only want to get the top 1, or we want the top 10, we can set this to 10. But we're going to actually just get the top 250, which is the most that it lets us get per query.
So I guess let's update that. Okay.
So here I'll put 250, and then we can add a page here. So this is super useful if we want to perform multiple queries. So if we keep this as 1, it's going to get the top 250 coins. If I put this as 2, it's going to get coins 250 to 500, because that would be page 2 of this request. So if you wanted to keep downloading more and more coins, you could basically call the same API and just increment your page number. So 3, 4, 5, whatever you want. But we're just going to get the first page, so the top 250 coins. And then we have this option to include a spark line. So this is extra data that we can get. And the spark line is just basically the prices for the last 7 days. So if we don't need them, we'll click it to false, but we are going to actually use these. So I'm going to set this equal to true. We're going to use the last 7 days data to make a chart of that data later on in the course.
Nice.
And then finally, if we want to get the price change percentage over the last maybe hour, 24 hours, 7 days, we can add that here. And we're going to get the price change for the last 24 hours. Then we can click execute, and I just love how simple this is and easy to use. And down here, first we can look at our request URL. So this is the URL we need to request in our app. And just looking at this URL, we can see all of the settings that we put.
Response.
We have the currency is USD, the order is market cap descending, the per page is 250 coins. We want page 1, and then sparkline is true, price change is 24 hours. So if we wanted to then get page 2, all we need to do is request the same URL, but page we can change to number 2.
Wait.
So before we move
Kind
forward,
of confused here. Where? What?
spark is URL we need to request. Then we can click execute, and I just love how simple this is and easy to use. And down here, first we can look at our request URL. So this is the URL we need to request in our app.
Is this it?
And
What was
just
the
looking
request?
at this URL, we can see all of these settings that we put. We have the currency is USD, the order is market cap descending, the per page is 250 coins. We want page 1, and then sparkline is true, price change.
But I don't think. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah. It's there.
24 hours. So if we wanted to then get page 2, all we need to do is request the same URL, but page we can change to number 2. So before we move forward,
Okay.
I'm just going to copy this URL because we're going to use it, I think, in the...
Let's copy it. Copy.
next video, but I don't want to lose it. So let's copy this URL here, and I'm going to put a multi-line comment, and at the top let's just call this CoinGecko API info. And then in here I'm going to first add the URL. Let's paste that in. And the reason I'm making this multi-line comment is because up here later we can command option left arrow and fold it up. And again, that's also the editor code folding, fold. You can fold it up so it's nice and neat. But while we have this open, let's also copy and paste some of the
Okay.
data that we're returning. So I look back, when we request this URL, it's going to return this data, and this is actually a very long web page now because this is a ton of data that we are getting. You guys can scroll down this for a while. But essentially, if we look at it, it's going to give us an array of this JSON data. And the data, obviously, the first item here is Bitcoin, symbol is BTC,
ID,
we have the name, we have a URL to download the image for the icon name for the Bitcoin, and we get all this other lovely data which we can use in our app, and it's so awesome that this is free. So I'm going to copy this from the opening brackets here. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. So let's see. Right, it's this bracket here, right after the price change. I'm holding the
okay. Whoa, what the hell? Ethereum, for example. Right. Okay, so I guess I just go from this all the way up to the other one. There. Copy. Copy. We'll
Shift
probably
button,
place
and
it
I'm gonna
into
click right after the price change here. To the
here.
closing brackets, I'm gonna copy it, and I'm gonna go back into our code. I'm just gonna paste this here.
Whoa.
And let's call this JSON response. And I'm gonna paste the JSON response that we get. So this is all the data that we are getting back from JSON. And I'm just gonna delete some of this sparkline in 7D because we don't need all this in the comments. So I'm just gonna delete most of these rows. We're gonna use them in the actual app, but we don't need it in this comment here. So this is all the data that we're getting back, which is a lot of data, and we can go ahead and start creating our coin model directly based off of this. So we have an ID, that's a string, we have a symbol, that's a string. So we can start doing let ID of type string, let symbol of type string. And we can go through the rest of these and type these all out. And it would probably work, but that actually is a little bit challenging. You know, you might get wrong if you mistype it. This is a lot to just copy and paste directly. So what I recommend and what I do when I'm building out these apps is I take that JSON data and I go into a website called app.quickttype.io. And there's a couple websites like this out there. And then in this app, I can just copy and paste our JSON data. And when I do that, I can set the language to Swift, and will automatically give me a model for what we're looking for. So I can see that down here. So we're going to actually use this plain types only here just to get the core values. And I actually went ahead and looked at the data and made this ahead of time.
Whoa.
I noticed that sometimes some of the data is not valid for every
How
single
do we actually
coin.
do this?
Like this out there. And then in this app, I can just copy and paste our JSON data. And when I do that, I can set the language to Swift, and will automatically give me a model for what we're looking for. So I can see that down here. So we're going to actually use this plain types only here just to get the core values. And I actually went ahead and looked at the data and made this ahead of time.
Whoa.
I noticed that sometimes some of the data
That's awesome. The hell?
app, I can just copy and paste our JSON data. And when I do that, I can set the language to Swift, and will automatically give me a model for what we're looking for.
Holy shit.
So I can see that down here. So we're going to actually use this plain type.
Did he get rid of the
I can see that down here.
plain types only?
So we're going to actually use this plain types only here just to get the core values. And I actually went ahead and looked at the data and made this ahead of time. And I noticed that sometimes some of the data is not valid for every single coin. Like maybe like the circulating supply isn't available for a specific coin. So because of that, we're going to make all properties optional. And that basically gives us these question marks at the end of all of these. So I'm then going to copy this code, which we can just click copy code here on the right side, and jump back into Xcode, paste it.
That's kind of crazy.
Down here. Let's delete this comment and delete the import foundation. And this struct is going to be called coin model.
Wait. We have not using a class. I thought it was a class. No.
So to delete our original coin model.
Okay.
And a couple things I want to do to edit this really quickly. First off, the ID, the symbol, and the name. I want to make sure that we do get them, so I don't want them.
Wait, it knows sparkline and 7D in his one?
To be optional. So I'm going to delete this. The image I also want to make sure we get, which can't be optional. And then the current price I want to make sure we get. So I'm going to make that its own line. We'll say let current price, and that will be of type double. I'm going to get rid of the current price down here. And while we're on this double, I noticed that the values actually come through as doubles, not as integers. And this app, I guess, just thought these were integers because they were rounded in that example. But to be safe, let's make all of these doubles. So I'm just gonna make this a double, make this a double, make this a double, make this a double.
It knows what NS
and
null
then
is?
Finally, we have this ROI, which is of type NS null. I guess because in our example, it didn't have an ROI. So I'm just gonna actually delete this because we don't need that. We're not gonna actually use it. So now we have our coin model, and I should have mentioned earlier that I'm actually gonna put this coin model file into that resources folder.
Hold on, what is this? Is this a thing? Huh. So it wouldn't be a type sparkline, it would be a double. It'd be an array of doubles. Let's just try that then. Maybe an old version allowed it.
So if you download that resources folder from my website, which I'll also link in the comments of this video, you can just download this and you don't need to go through all those steps. Although understanding how to get to this spot is really important in making an app because you're always going to have to set up your models, and this is a very complex one. I'm going to delete this comment here. Alright, now we're going to take our coin model, we're going to make it conform to identifiable. And we're going to make it conform to identifiable. And because it has an ID, it already conforms to identifiable. So we don't actually need to do anything else. And the reason we're doing this is so that each coin has an ID, and this way we can use it in those for each statements in our view. And then we're going to also make it conform to codable. We're going to get an error message that it does not conform to decodable, and that's because there's one type in here that is sparkline in 7D. And this sparkline, which is also down here, it's a subtype, does not conform to codable. So down here we can also add codable.
I didn't see that there. The hell? Maybe I deleted it. I already exited the website, that's fine.
Our error should go away. And then lastly, I want to add one more variable to this coin model. And we're going to say down here, let current holdings. And that will be of type double, and we'll make it optional as well. And this current holdings is going to be how many coins the current user is holding. So if this was Bitcoin and I had 1 Bitcoin, the current holdings would be 1. But of course, we're not downloading that from the internet. That's why we're making it optional, because this will always fail when we initialize it and it will start at 0. And then we're going to update it so that we can update the current holdings afterward. And one final thing we need to look at here is that when we decode using the default codable, it's going to look for the exact names of all of these variables. So the current price with the camel case.
I remember there's a way to do it with the, and this guy said it down here to change the snake case. here.
Here, but if we look at the actual data that comes through, the current price has an underscore and there's no camel case, so we actually need to decode to this current price string here. Because of that, we need to add our custom coding keys to this coin model. So down here I'm going to add a enum, we'll call it coding keys, and this will
Let's see if we can do it without the...
string and coding key. Open the brackets. And in here we basically need to add coding keys for all of these. And this is one of the least fun parts of coding when we have to actually do this. So I've put this file again in the resources folder, so you don't actually have to type this out, but if you want to type it out with me, we basically need a coding key for all of these. So what I'm going to do is click the plus sign here, add an editor on the right. In this editor on the right, I'm going to scroll up to our JSON data.
So we're not going to do this part.
And then on the left here, we can start adding coding keys. So the case, and we need a case for all of the variables here. If the name of the variable is exactly the same as the JSON title here, as the JSON key here, then we don't need to give it an extra string. So for this ID, for the symbol, we can just keep it as the regular default. So here we'll say case ID, comma, symbol, comma, name, comma, image. And that's because these four all have the exact, image is the exact same as image in the return JSON. Now, but the current price here has different text. Now we're going to do current price. We'll say case current price, and we need to give this an explicit string. So I'm going to just copy the current price from here. So I'm going to.
Is this how you used to do it? Because and it wasn't available to auto decode.
So now let's do market cap.
Because I can't imagine him not knowing about this.
Case market cap.
This feature.
Market cap.
Because this was a little bit older. This was 2021.
Instead of typing out, because I don't want to get these wrong. Case.
Jeez. New question. How would I convert JSON to snake case to camel case? See if it gives it the right answer. Key decoding strategy. Let JSON data equal JSON string dot data using UTF-8. Create a JSON decoder and set its key decoding strategy. Let decoder equal. Can we do this all in here? There it is. Created a decoder right there. Huh? Wait, what? Really? Oh, right. Let decoder equal JSON decoder dot key. There we go. That should work, right? Yeah. Global let. Can I, does this have to be within something? Maybe it does, because this is not. It's totally outside. What the hell? Okay.
So market cap equals market cap rank. Let's do fully diluted case this equals this. And I know this is dreadful. It's dreadful for me too, but this is what we have to do here. Case high 24 hours equals.
I think it might have to be within
hours.
this.
Case
Let's try.
Low 24 hours equals. Then I'm going to put a little bit of music over this part so that it is not just me sitting here typing and talking to myself.
Okay. That's funny.
That's not part of the JSON data. If you did this correctly and you have a coding key for all.
Does it need to be codable or decodable? Maybe we don't even put this here. Maybe this is just later.
All of the variables that pieces of data
Whoa.
now that we have our model, I want to add a little bit of logic so that we can actually use this coin model in our app. And the first thing I want to do is add a function so that after we get the model, we can update the current holdings. So underneath this enum here, I'm going to create a func. We'll say update holdings. And we'll open close parentheses, and this is going to return us an updated coin model, which is actually going to be a new coin model. We'll open the brackets. And
No. Don't load. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now is it bugged?
model in our app.
The hell?
And the first thing I want to do is add a function so that after we get the model, we can update a function, which is actually going to be a new coin. Pass in an amount, which will be of type double. This will be how many holdings that we now have. And in here, we're just going to return a coin model. And we're going to open the parentheses. And we have our two completions here. The first one is an initializer from the decoder. And that's if we had JSON data and we wanted to create a coin model. But now we also have our second decoder where we can actually input all of the data ourselves. So
Jesus.
this second one here. And it looks ugly, but these are all of the values that we just added up here, right? So all of these. So when we create a coin model, it's going to ask us what all of these values are. And when we're into this function, we're creating a coin model here. And we're calling this function here from within a coin model, right? Because this function is actually inside an existing coin model. So therefore, we can reference all of the values that are already existing in that coin model. And that's what we're going to do here. So in this update holdings, we're going to reference the ID at the top there. We're going to reference the ID, and this is the ID that is at the top there that's already in this current coin model. We're going to do the same thing for all of these values. We're going to add the symbol, the name, the image, the current price, the market cap,
Jesus.
cap rank. I'm literally just copying these.
Oops. Jesus. My God. Okay. Holy fuck. Got those down.
Exact names of the parameter. Fully diluted value.
Skip forward a
Market,
bit.
the ATH 7D. The price change percentage 24-hour in. This is what we want to update. And we're going to just update this with the amount that we're passing into the function.
All right.
Paste that right here, and this
It's
will
a
be
single
the
thing.
amount. So when we call update holdings, it's going to give us a new coin model with all of the same data as the current coin model, but with the updated holdings.
Right.
All right. I know it was a lot of code just to get to that, but this is going to come in handy when we start updating our own portfolios. There's a couple more things I want to add into this coin model here. So I'm going to create a var called current holdings value that will be of type double. Open the brackets. And I want this to be the value of our holdings. So scrolling back up, so if I had current, so if this coin model was say Bitcoin and my current holdings was 1, the value of that would be the current holdings times the price. So we have the current price here. So if I was holding 2, it would be 2 times the current price. And that's the logic that we're going to add in this. So going down here, we're going to return. So we'll here say the current holdings. And the current holdings is an optional double. So optional double up here.
Double.
So if we don't have any current holdings, if it is nil, we'll just set it equal to 0. Let's put that in parentheses. And then we want to multiply the current holdings times the current price. And just like that, we can now access our current holdings value. And then lastly, I want to also get the rank. So we'll say var rank of type int. And we'll open the brackets. And here we're going to return the market cap rank. And the market cap rank is coming through as a double, so we want to convert it to an int by just calling int, open the parentheses. And I think this is also optional. We'll get an error, yeah, it's optional. So if we don't have a market cap rank, we'll just make it 0. So now we have our current holdings value as well as our rank.
OKC won the NBA Finals? Who's OKC? Sorry, I really don't follow sports that much. Oklahoma City Thunder? Oh, yeah, the Thunders. They just won. I heard they won actually just by was it a tweet by a post by Marquez Brownlee. You guys are watching that now?
Alright, so I'm going to zoom out here and scroll up a little bit. And because we have this comment, we don't actually need it, but I like to keep the comment here in case like another developer is looking at our code, or if like we type something wrong, we can reference the JSON data here without going back into CoinGecko. So let's leave the comment here, but let's fold up the comment so that it's nice and neat. And that's it for this video. So I know this was a stressful video. This is definitely the most boring video in this series. Sorry that I had to put...
But how do you let decoder equal JSON decoder? Decodable? How do you need to... How do you set this up? I need to figure this out. Codable. Right. Create a decoder and set. Hey MD. How's it going, buddy? Oh, you didn't watch it Friday? When did it even happen? I'm pretty good. I'm hungry, but I'm pretty good. I'm just trying to figure out this decoder situation here. Decode the JSON data. Should this sit inside or outside the struct model? Outside. Right. I was chatting with my friend about why there's a big difference between the same app on different platforms, why companies could not make a single release for both apps. Well, maybe they don't all utilize like React Native or something like that. Or maybe that's the problem. Maybe they all utilize React Native and they don't have specific people working on each one to make it look exactly the same, and they're not collaborating with each other, perhaps. So taking that out doesn't... Let decoder type JSON. Decoder. So that works. Can we zoom out? How do we There's too much data. I'm gonna close that up. Decoder dot key decoding strategy. Should it be equals? Expressions are not allowed at the top level. I know I've seen someone do this. I need to remember how to properly do it. I forget where to put it. I don't think it is a good idea to build the same app for 2 different platforms using 2 different code bases. For the reason you mentioned, collaboration and cost. So you're saying the app should intentionally be different for different platforms? As in, like, it should function differently? A little bit, or just like, you know... No, I meant it should be the same code base. Oh. I mean, it should at least be very close to each other, not so wildly different. Well, what example do you have that, like, they are wildly different? Cuz like, I was thinking... Oh, I think I misread your first... I mean, I understood your first message, because... Right. So does it work a lot differently to Android compared to iOS? I didn't actually know that. I thought you meant in the way that it, like... It doesn't function... Well, I don't know. I don't actually... Maybe I just had some weird idea in my head. I don't know. But now I get what you mean. Yeah, I agree that it should have the same code base, but I also think that it should incorporate iOS versus Android specific functions or features or whatever, because, like, some apps just don't function good if it's made by, like, the same code base. This is my theory, that Amazon has had a bunch of Android developers create their app and then port it over to iOS without really having a proper iOS developer you make the app work. Or maybe they use the same code base like with React Native, although maybe React is better. I don't know what they use, but yeah, it just sucks on iOS. The functionality, it's just weird the way it works. It technically works, but it's just really weird and bad. And it functions poorly, in my opinion. God, this is complicated. I don't want to fetch like that. I'm gonna watch a video on how to do this. Decode JSON Swift. Give me something new here. Using an API to fetch JSON data. 4 years ago? Oh man. With parsing example. No, 5 years ago. Here we go. Oh, that was 4 years ago though. He's probably gonna show me the same exact thing. Probably. It's kind of funny that as soon as that NBA game ended, I got a bunch more viewers in here. Were you all watching that NBA game? Oh. 2 months ago, decoding.
Hello everyone and welcome to Adam Sharp YouTube channel. And in this video, we'll be learning that how we can decode JSON data.
Yeah, let's take this guy. I think I've heard him before. If anyone's new here, feel free to subscribe. I'd much appreciate it. You don't have to turn notifications on. I'm just trying to get to 1,000 so I can get monetized officially by YouTube. We are so close to getting there. And then I can probably quit doing Uber Eats for that. Hopefully the ad revenue can pop off my bank account. Let's see what this guy says.
Hello everyone and welcome of fetching it from an API. I just have this JSON file, but you can consider this JSON result. Maybe you're getting it from some sort of an API. That's perfectly fine. It consists of vegetable ID, the name of the vegetable, a JSON.
That's
data.
fine.
What would I do? The first thing is simple. Response coming from class to. So the first thing is that if I want to get this data into my SQLite database by using Swift Data.
He's using Swift Data?
Well, I would need some sort of a class. So let's go ahead and create a class. Class vegetable. Okay. And since I want to persist the contents of this class or the properties of this class into the database, I will also decorate it with the model macro. And now I can go ahead and create some properties in there. So I'm going to go ahead and create the same properties, which is vegetable ID, the name, and the body. Okay, that's fine up till now. We also need an initializer, so I'll create an initializer for that. Now, if I want to decode this data, which is in JSON format, to my vegetable model, how can I do that? Well, this needs to be decodable, so that's the first thing.
Decodable.
And then we need to make sure that the vegetable conforms to the decodable protocol. And this can be done by implementing init from decoder. And for that, we can go ahead and...
Okay. Let's go back to Claude. Let's go over to Claude, actually. Whoa. Oh, bug. I'm gonna give it this and say this is what I'm doing. Might open at all. This is what I'm working on. Is that correct so far? How would I properly decode from snake case and set up a JSON decoder? I know it's not right what I have, but let's close that. Extension. Wait, what? That's what I thought. do I have to write out the ones that don't follow snake case? Or can I just ignore that enum? Oh, interesting. Really? Okay, so manually you can set it up to do right. Wait, now it needs decodable? What? Or is that enum meant to be outside the... Did he put it within or without? Or outside? Now I'm confused. No, it's within. Wait, so why...
Current holdings.
What? Why does his... Okay. Oh my god. Identifiable codable. So my... It doesn't need to be... Ah, so... Okay, okay. Right. So it works once you set up a decoder. So let's do that. Let's do the extension JSON decoder. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna just copy this right now. JSON decoder. Let decoder... Decoder... Oh, okay, this is how you do it. Decoder dot key decoding strategy. Yep. Okay, so we have a... We don't need to return it. That was automatic. I know we do, but it's later. So we're converting from snake case here, creating decoder, configure date decoding if you want to work with date objects. So no need. Usage example extension coin models tag fund. So then what? Wait, so we've created our decoder, but then what do you do? How do you make it not have a... So I have this. Now what? Okay, hold on. Right, so I've seen this before. But how do we deal with the error that says coin model does not conform to decodable? Is that what we have to do? It looks like something else. Remove all completely. Okay. How do we test it? Struct coin model. All your properties, no coding keys. Init from decoder. Okay. Init from decoder. Holy brother. Huh? Whoa. Coding keys.self. Dynamic coding keys. Why did it write that though? Hold on. Keyed by. What's this dynamic garbage here? Holy shit. No coding keys. Init from decoder. Decoder throws. Let container. If we remove that, what happens? Extra arguments declared. Oh, it named it dynamic coding keys? Well, what is this? Where is this? There is none. Doesn't make sense. Keyed by why is it by that? Where did you get dynamic coding keys from? It just generate that? Yeah. Okay, let's go back to that guy's video actually. What the? Let's go Y. Have a look here again. God, you need so many resources to figure out this. Maybe I need the JSON decoder Apple doc. The problem is I probably can't figure it out straight away through this.
And the current holdings is an optional double, so optional double up here.
Double.
So if we don't have any current holdings, if it is nil, we'll just set it equal to 0. Let's put that in parentheses. And then we want to multiply the current holdings times the current price. And just like that, we can now access our current holdings value. And then lastly, I want to also get the rank. So we'll say var rank of type int. And we'll open the brackets. And here we're going to return the market cap rank. And the market cap rank is coming through as a double, so we want to convert it to an int by just calling int, open the parentheses. And I think this is also optional. We'll get an error, yeah, it's optional. So if we don't have a market cap rank, we'll just make it.
So we basically
let's
completed
fold up
this.
the comment so that it's nice and neat.
I just want to figure this part out, because try decoder.decode. Let container. Why are we doing init? Let. Can we not put a decoder in here? It's outside the decoder though. I don't get that. It does need to be init, right? Dot init. No. Init. From decoder, any decoder, let decoder, wait, we've created our decoder here, right? Return decoder, JSON decoder. Can we use it here? JSON decoder, no. Yes? Is that it? Dot decode from decoder, is that it? No. Closer probably. To be honest. Creating a decoder. Creates a new reusable JSON decoder with the default formatting settings for and decoding strategies. Okay. Func decode. Codable. What is the? We gotta close this thing up. Let decoder equal JSON decoder. That works, right? Okay, that works. So what if we put this in? Does this work? Cannot find JSON in scope. Let's say we did this. Does this work? That literally works. So there's something going on here where we have some issue. Print try So let me go back to the other thing here. From so we can, okay. Extension JSON decoder dot returns to where? Here. So where do we go? Do we go let, what do we do here actually? JSON decoder dot coin decoder dot oh right, wait, what? Dot decode. Okay, so but what, why why make that? It seems overcomplicated again. Let's go back. Let's do what they did. Let decoder equal JSON decoder. Let coin decoder dot decode. We don't want sparkline, we want a coin model dot self from what data though? How would we, where's AI again? Why does this guy set it up? I get it, he's using, okay, he's selling a product.
Name and the body itself. So we'll say name and a body. And the vegetable response DTO can also expose a property called a DTO, where it will expose vegetable DTO. And this is where we can...
I've lost him, so let's go back to Claude and say, new question. I want to use this type of method. How would I decode through from a URL? Oh wait. Here's my code. So let's see what it does when I have this already here. That's what I'm after. That's what I'm after there. Let a func fetch coins sync, func fetch coins async. Oh my god, I'm so glad I decided to cancel Amazon shift today, because my mom just texted me. There's apparently a bunch of accidents everywhere, all over the roads today. Jeez. Here we go. Async. Do catch. So I think this is what I was let data try await. Modern recommended. I'm supposed to, completion handler approach, traditional. Okay. So let's do async await because that's a really important one to learn. I know that. I do know that much. So let's set that up. So let's do, where does this function sit? Just a global func? Probably. Let's make that. Func. Fetch coins async. Async throws coin model. Whoa! Okay. Let URL equal URL string. URL of string. And then does this one like exclamation mark it? No. Well, let's just put it in and compare. So we have a okay, that's what we want, yeah. So let URL type equal URL string. Is that the actual string we have there? I think it is, yeah. No, it's not. What the hell is that? This is our URL here. What was it using? There we go. Oops. There we are. We don't need exclamation mark, I think. Oh, we do need it. But we want to otherwise. Yeah. So let URL equal. Let's just have it equal this string here. Cannot. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's down there. That's fine. Then we're going to guard let string URL string URL string else throw URL error. We can actually use the built-in feature here, dot bad URL. So make sure there's a value, a working value in the URL string, working URL in URL. Otherwise throw a bad URL and then continue. Let data. This is different to what I know. What is this? Let data comma underscore equal try await. None of this. Try await URL session dot share dot data from URL. Decoder dot key decoding strategy convert from snake case. Okay, that is what I was after this entire time. That's actually what I wanted to have. So we'll let this string equal that. Make sure the URL is a URL of type of string URL string. Otherwise, throw an error if there's no URL. And then I need to get AI Please explain this line. The data part. I have an idea, but this is a method that fetches data from a URL. It returns a tuple with two values. I'm not used to using tuples. Data URL response. The data. Oh, we have another subscriber, by the way. 904. Woohoo! Well on our way. I'm gonna update that goal because we'll be here for another few minutes. I foresee this. I'm gonna close this. Actually, no, we'll leave that. Actually, leave that open there. Here we go. All right. So, in terms of tuple, data and URL response. Okay. The URL response contains metadata. Try await. Await, this method is asynchronous, so we wait for it to complete. Try, this method can throw errors, so we need to handle them. Let data. This is a tuple destructuring. We're unpacking the return tuple. Data, we capture the first value, the data we want. Okay. We ignore the second value, the URL response we don't need right now. Okay. It's equivalent to writing let result equal try await URL session dot shared dot data from URL, and then let data equal result dot 0, the data. Result dot 1 would be the URL response, which we're ignoring. Huh. So it's just automatic that it brings back two things. Interesting. So I'm gonna put a note in there. I'm gonna copy that and put that in there. Okay. Okay. All right. So we return that, and then I'm assuming we would init that in here. Init. Can we init it from? Or where would we put it? Is that when do we call that? Actually. Usage examples. Example 1. Using sync method not recommended. Using async await recommended. Func do catch. Oh, okay, we need to create one of those afterwards. Func async. Oh, fetch. Fetch decode data, and then we'll fetch coin. Fetch coin async. We don't need throws, I guess. Do, and then is it catch there? Let coins equal try await fetch decode data, right? Fetch decode coins. And then this is, What would this be named? Async coin fetch? I don't know. And then catch. Just print error? Sure. We don't have error though. Do we? Oh, do we do? Okay. And then don't know if I'm doing this right or not. Sheesh. Coin model static func fetch from API async throws. Coin model return try await extension for cleaner API. If I used example to async func to call the coins, where would I do that? Could it be in an init? Oh wait, no. It would be on the main page, right? Or something. A view. This is way more complicated than I think I was ready for, but I'm just jumping in. So in the view, you would use this, I guess. Core home view. Nav. We're on Swift 6, bro. Can you make sure you're up to date? It can't even see navstack. Look at this. Useless. AI is useless. What the fuck is it doing? So where do I call it? Task. Refreshable. Where would you refresh? Load coins. Okay. Coins becomes an array of coin model. We're really going off script here. Which I guess makes sense. That should make sense. But then how does this look in dark mode? Nice. Still great. Okay. else if let error error message else list. All right, let's just put. Let's just try and place this and see if it works. So. Where is it placing load coins? I'm blind. Dot. Dot task. Await. Fetch. No. Is that right? Fetch coins? Is that where I put it? You're gonna make it crash here. Or you just wait. Fetch. Async fetch. Async coin fetch. Initialization of immutable value. Okay, I don't know if that's gonna work or not, but await fetch async fetch coin. It's not gonna be able to do it, right? Okay, it runs. Hello, Ola. Ola. Who said AI useless? I am offended. So it doesn't have arrow function? Well, no, AI is useless. It had to be told multiple times that this is not, it's not using updated code with Swift. And it couldn't also figure out a basic problem that I had before, that I figured out, like with a couple back and forth things. Wait, coins? How is this set up? List of coins. There'll be nothing. Maybe chat. You just didn't sleep enough. Well, it was Claude. I feel like Claude sleeps enough. Claude's a sleeper. Okay, I'll just do. We're gonna embed this. Embed. If is loading, we'll do this. We'll set it up the way it did it. True. If is loading, progress view, loading coins. Okay. Else if let error equal error message. Alright, I'm assuming we have up there as state private var error message string nil string. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Can you make a function like this in Swift? Const function name equals sorta? I mean, maybe. Does this look like what you're talking about in here? Like this type of thing here? Error message. Yep. There it is. Content unavailable view. Error. comma, system image, exclamation mark, triangle, okay, okay, comma, description, text, error message, I'm assuming. Oh no, just error. Else. That's the more standard and modern way. Try to use that one every time. I do try to. I'm trying to use the most modern stuff. Else. Here we are. Let's refresh that. There shouldn't be an error here. Is there an error? What's the error? Hello? Build. Succeeded. Brother, let me... Okay. So it's always loading coins now. It's always loading coins, which is fine. Which is good. Because it's not going to, you know, text coin dot, we got name, let's go with that. But where does it say? Oh, okay. So there's another function here, func, oh no, hold on. Private func, whatever, it doesn't matter. Func. Load coins, right? Async is loading equals true. Error message equals nil. But why? Where is this? Oh, here. If let error equal error message of the question string. Okay, weird. I don't quite understand that, but we're going with it right now. Do coins equal try await fetch coins, but it's not fetch coins, it's hold on. Here we're doing the load coins, and this is async fetch coin fetch. Try a catch. Error message equals error dot localized description. Okay. That should, let's clean that, and then set is loading to false. Task await, and then dot refreshable. Await load coins. Cannot assign value type empty to coin model. Async coin fetch. Let's go over there. Alright, don't listen to someone like me who doesn't know about Swift. Apparently arrow stuff is reserved for a specific thing in Swift. In any other arrow language, arrow is standard. Oh. Yeah, I mean, you don't automatically write an arrow unless you're returning something. So do I even need this? Let's just fetch decode coins. Decoded coins. Let's do that. Let's just do that. Fetch decoded coins. There we go. Let's see if this bitch ass thing works. How crazy would it be if it worked? Claude Puppy. Whoa! It actually worked. Holy shit. And going back to the grind, we'll leave the stream on to support. Best of luck. Brother, I'm actually, now that I've got this gun, I'm gonna actually go and eat because I'm starving, and I've been here for 4.5 hours trying to, you know, work on this. So, I thank you so much for coming in and hanging out for a minute, but I got to, you know what? Okay, time to fucking pull this off the screen. Like Cookie Monster style, chomping on like functions and stuff. Thank you, man. I will. I'm starving. Have an awesome day. I'm probably gonna work tonight, so I probably won't be on again. But I'll be on again tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. See you, buddy. Catch you next time. And thank you. Just want to say thank you to everyone else who joined in early. I really appreciate it. Feel free to subscribe to help me out to get to 1,000 subscribers, get monetized, get my money back from YouTube. That would be awesome. Be able to quit Uber Eats. I'm actually doing that tonight. Yeah, quit Uber Eats, yes. Thank you so much to anyone who subscribed today. It was awesome. Really appreciate it. We got so far actually with this app. Yeah, I'll catch y'all in my next one. Oh, feel free to join my Discord as well if you want to. That'll be linked on my channel. And yeah, the link to my keyboard is right there because everyone wants my keyboard. That'll help support me if you guys buy from my Amazon link, so that's really cool too. Much appreciated, guys, and I'll see you in my next one. See you, Aniket. Bye bye. See you, Jay. You're probably there. I know you're probably there. See you guys.